Okay, let's see. Let's see, everything's okay. Alright, let's see if everything's fine. Yeah, cool. It's allergy, man. Sorry, okay. Let's... Alright, so... let's just look at the market here. Took the London lows here, retop back up, still selling off. Nothing really I'm watching. It just seems like we're just keep on continuing lower. Let's go to the 15 minute. Unless I retract to the sell side. It's pretty difficult for anything right now. We already surpassed this FVG on the daily here. And NQ is approaching in this one. Not really much we can do right now, huh? Whew. NQ is definitely selling much stronger, yeah, for sure. Wow, Dixie's declining. I go back to. Is this where the new company up is? Wow, we're just moving. Dixie's climbing up pretty hard here. I'm still on the daily. Oh, so this is the daily analysis that I was basically going for, and closing lower. Line balance and then daily FVG here too. We made. Just looks pretty bearish here until we come down here. Let's go this low first. we're at an interesting spot right now. I think we continue lower, but we can easily flip. All right, let's just get to work. Good morning, everyone. Internal swept. We're at -2.5 here. Climb back up. ES, I don't think I'm looking at long NQ at all today. It's way too weak. But if we could climb back up, that'll change my mind. I'm gonna keep an eye on the Dixie. As long as Dixie keeps on climbing up, we should still fall more. And then I'm looking at this tech here too, just for like if I see like Tesla or anything ripping crazy, we can be wary of Tesla or NQ, trying anything against NQ especially, or join in if it's like really being weak. We took out these internals here. What time is it? 10:05. We're in a macro time right now. Could have a move made here. Basically SMT all around. Good morning, everyone. Let's just get ready to work. Yeah, so we're in a macro time right now. We want to see a move made. It could be a move back upwards. We hit the -2.5 standard deviation projection from this top point to this bottom point, which is how I'll project it. I won't probably I could consider here if I'm low time frame, but this makes more sense when I was on the 5. And we're far from New York Open, which is pretty interesting on NQ. So that's why I'm gonna steer away from trading NQ if I'm looking at longs. Yeah, we might have a 1 minute unicorn here. The only thing I could really say, like, yeah, sure, we hit the -2.5 here, but I don't want to solely rely on that. I'll be damned if I trade NQ and it's the one that stops me out. More so because, like, let's say like it works out, but since NQ is so weak that it doesn't work out. This is a very, very tight breaker. I would see a more significant close, kind of like how ES is doing here. But ES didn't take the low, which it didn't sweep any liquidity except the -1 standard deviation projection, which is still not something. I'll mark this low here. We did sweep one of these bottom internals here, which is a nice high time frame tap. But yeah, we don't really have anything until I think I have marking. Should we hit down all the way down here, which is like about 70 points away? That's a far walk away. Too far from here. I'll mark it though, because there's not much we could really do. I'm just gonna chart everything out. I'm more so charting this as like so I can retrace back into it, and if we close above, then I can really on the 5-minute I'll be more able to adapt to the new narrative on the low time frame. So the macro from 9:50 to 10:10 ended here. We didn't really get any moves too much. We're trying to move back up from here. I'm just gonna draw this out. I don't really feel comfortable trying to counter in this with a very slight close, but kind of a tap below this low here into this 1-minute FEG. It's a very tight breaker, which is like not something I'm fond of. And I would lean more on ES. ES is interesting here. We do have a bearish breaker here. I'm gonna mark this just because we're kind of in it. This is kind of like a bullish setup here. I'm only using this ES because it's a very late bearish breaker. We already dig lower. I'm only using it just so if we do close above, I can be more bullish because it violates the bearish breaker. Oh, another tap, huh? So, I'm marking ES once again. This is still holding it down. Using it as reference. The moment we do close above, back into the 5-minute, I'll invalidate this. This is too large of a stop because let's say I enter at like 717 within the breaker, within the equilibrium, within the FPG. I would want my stop like at least down to this bottom here, 17,000. Brian had the sniffle for weeks. Vitamin C, bro. I think it's cat allergies. Because I brought the kids back. I have kids, and someone else was taking care of them for a while. And once I brought them back to it was like getting worse and worse. But I'm just plugging my nose up. Like I don't feel sick at all. It just sniffles or runny nose. But yeah, this breaker is pretty tight. Like it has more. Oh, my monitor's turned off. Give me a second if I'm still on. Okay, I'm back on. Okay, I'm back. My monitor's off a little bit. So yeah, we can just understand that this breaker is holding. It's not a unicorn since it came down here. It's a unicorn model though, but this is more like a breaker just holding up and reversing. And this is good here. This breaker violates here. This bearish breaker. Because we did make a high, we made a low. We swept these internals here, past these previous high made, and into a 5-minute, which is just gonna be a simple retracement back for lower prices. And this bearish structure has been holding it down, but we did try to make an attempt. We did get it close. All I wanted was a 1-minute close, so I can just invalidate there. 774 as target. We're taking a look here. I do want to see price rotate back to this 5-minute as well. So it looks like ES is trying to come back up. There's just nothing for me to really enter. We just understand that there's a breaker setup. I didn't take this long. I think two things. If you're looking for my execution, if I execute, look for the entry. What was it? What is it called? Long entry, long position, trading view. Like if I do this on this side and like I'll likely keep on commentating it, and I'll also like put where the stop should be, where I want the stop. Let's say I do like that. That'll be me calling that entry. But if I'm just posting the breaker and all that, like that's not me taking the entry or considering it yet. This is kind of big. Did I just move something? Okay, no. I took it, but I took it profit on the fair value out on the bearish order block. That's fine. I guess it's depends on what entry you're going for, because we did have a close for the breaker, but we didn't really retrace back in too much. Oh, ES is definitely interesting here. Honestly, it does look like a double breaker right now on the 1 minute. So tight. this displacement here is kind of tight though. I'm just watching us though. That there's still not like any high probability because this bullish breaker is still holding, and we have two bearish breakers on the 1 minute. It's like which is interesting because we have such divergence on ES and NQ. So like, if depending on what you're trading, your narrative is going to be different. So that makes it very difficult. I took fair up entry plus breaker. Oh, was it like right here, like here? This gap here. That makes sense. It is it is a fair gap inside a breaker, but it's just a very like slight tap. Like for instance, like if I draw it like on the left side or right side here, this is kind of like what you're going for. It just made the breaker and then like taps back in, and then you're expecting it to like run back up. So what it could do is like really go down all the way here and then like climb back up. Depending on where your stop is, you could get stopped out. Because this is too light of a retracement here if you're looking at this 1 minute, which I'm not going to show too much. I'll just put this 1 minute box here. So that's why I'm not really going for that. But I guess if you take the entry, you would have been up like 20 points already. I'm just going for high probability and low risk. So we have overlapping breakers here on the 1 minute, very low time frame. So yeah, this is pretty interesting here. I took that 2 and got stopped out for 9. Okay, that's good. Like so, like you, if you're taking like very early breaker or like even unicorn setups without a good optimal trade entry, you have to understand that this would be a higher risk or more likely that it could get stopped out. So in this case, like the moment it goes like past your 1-to-1 risk reward, I would look to have a stop somewhere so you can like confirm that like even if it goes against you, come back to your entry, you are going to be okay. I would wait for SMT at lows. Yeah, but that's the story we're going for. So yeah, NQ has a bullish breaker that did work out for a very light move up, but ES is still being held down by this bearish breaker. So if you guys remember just earlier, I marked this bearish breaker not for an entry, but to see as a reference if price would like invalidate this and close above, but we did not do that. And instead, we made another bearish breaker within that movement upwards. So this is how I'm like really utilizing this. So we have 2 bearish breaker overlapping to push price lower. And we could actually tap back in here and rotate back up. And this would just respect both breakers since we did retrace back down on the bearish and close lower, giving basically a nice 5-point drop. And then here we're also retracing back into the OTE entry. So it could go either way. I would lean on the ES going downwards right now, just because there's 2 overlapping breakers. But I'm not touching anything yet. All right. Let's see. Comment if keep commenting any setups you take real time. If you could look at my chart, it would make sense. Did you post your chart in the Discord? If you post in the Discord, I can definitely take a look at it. Because I don't think you can post it on live chat. This is interesting here. We're just waiting now, though. Basically tap into this 1 minute FEG and trying to hold. So like I said, taking an entry in this FHE is not optimal trade entry. So that alone, this should actually be raised higher now that we had a high. That's why this makes sense now. This is just way too difficult. Like, had the bearish breaker on the left side on ES been violated, I would be more inclined to take this NQ entry. But like, since I didn't take this entry, the way that I'll take, like, if I were to take it, like, let's say like 5 minutes ago, I'll likely just do like 617 here, just like near the bottom of the breaker, or just like the midpoint of the fair value gap, and I'll likely just put my stop right here. I think is what I mentioned before, under this low here, or we can do it under this bottom wick, which works out as well. This one would give you 14-point stop, and then you would likely run first high. That's if I were to take this trade. Of course I did. I'm only counting the trades that I'm calling out live. But this is only the first 20 minutes so far. We still have many more trades to go for. There's just too many conflicting analysis, basically telling me like it could go either way. Like, if I were to trade ES, I would look to short at good entries. So I would have short at 66, and then it would have given me 5 points. If I were to be bullish on NQ or trade NQ, I'll be bullish only on this 1 minute time frame. And the moment we do close under, that's where I'm out. So we could see that this bullish breaker is working. The way I'll mark it like this, you could see, like, I'll try to do it above the candles. Is that, maybe I'll just put it back to where it was. We're still able to go back to this -1 standard deviation projection. That should be the first main target to go for, which would kind of give you about like 60 points. It's kind of interesting. The range within this 1 minute chop is pretty large if you think about it. Like, even from this bottom here, 690 to the top here, that's already 60 points. That's enough range to trade for a whole day. So this bearish breaker is working, or this bullish breaker is working on NQ. I kind of just let that play out on its own, but definitely a entry that we could have went for, especially now that we made a substantial high here. We can mark at the previous low here. We can look at the previous low, the previous attempt at trying to break higher, which is these two up close candles, and then we draw the breaker. So yeah, that's what I was telling whoever was in chat. I was telling to really not take this
this breaker here. It's just too light of a retracement. It's a unicorn, a fair value gap within the bullish breaker. But let's say you just take the middle of it, 731. It went down like 17 points to the low here, where you would likely get stopped out already. So that's why you just want to wait for the actual retaps back into a optimal trade entry. I'm gonna ask the chat if anyone played the NQ Unicorn. I refrain, like I said, for multiple reasons. One of the main reasons is ES is sitting lower, which is not something I really enjoy, and it's conflicting interest for me. What would your TP be if you took the breaker? So like if I took this entry within this FEG, first TP would be here, which is about like 35 points. That's like nearly 2 RR. And then probably second TP would be a pop over these highs, which likely just align with the 5-minute FEG and this 1 minute projection or standard deviation projection for the -1. So this would be like about 70 points. That's how I'll do it. I could take like about like a good partial as well, like at 50 points. The moment we do cross above that breaker, so a closing above it, that we could take that too. ES is holding below VWAP right now. If it holds below long enough, I will short it. Okay, yeah. I'll put on the VWAP for you just so we can see that together, because I like how you're calling that. Like if we do keep on holding below that, then you're gonna go for the short. I took on demo account, still waiting for express account to get activated. That's perfectly fine. Like if you're just like, you want to really practice taking these type of trades, especially when I'm not trading the session with you. Like let's say I don't trade the PM session and you want to trade the PM session. These models work everywhere. So we could see the overlapping ES breaker, the bearish breaker on the ES is still holding price down. It held price down over here on the first breaker. It overlapped and made a second breaker, and this is still holding it down. And until we do like get a substantial close above the VWAP, let's say, because that's a very good area where it would violate these two bearish breakers. It would likely get into this 5-minute, and we'll see if it closes above like this 5-minute, which is 4772.75. Can you show your 1 to 0 fib setting? Yeah. This is it. There's 0, 1, -1, -2, -2.5, and -4. And then I have background low opacity. You can just take a pause on that. Had SFT on this pump, shorted ES with a stop on previous high wick. Did you short ES because of this bearish breaker and having a stop that's regarding that? I guess you would put a stop over here. So like, did you short 1018 like pump up, or did you short this pump up here like 1026, 1027? This both would have worked with a bearish breaker. The left one would be the unicorn, and the right one would just be a normal breaker entry. Can you show the standard deviation 0 to 1 level 2? Hard to see where it's marked. Yeah. So the way that the standard deviation projection should be used properly is using the manipulation leg for the reversal. So it's like the standard deviation projection would pair with the breaker. So the moment we break structure, which is at this candle here, I would even call it at this candle here, get it closed above the breaker, you can draw the standard deviation projection from that swing low to the previous high that it tried to break through, but it did, it failed. So this move up did break through and broke structure. So you do the swing low to the last attempt before we broke structure, and that's your projection. And then we project it from -1. We look at -2.5. We look at -4, and then we see if it coincide with any liquidity. 1026 already out though. Let me see. Oh, so yeah, you basically shorted the retap inside this overlapping breaker still. It's not bad, but I would definitely just go for the first attempt. Second attempt is always more iffy. I have to say. How do I draw the premium to discount, like how people do it? Can I do like green and red box? Can I do a split between? Is that how people do it? I want to try to do it for more visual purposes. So when I do that saturation level, it doesn't pair up with my 0.5 and my 0.5. Oh, are you talking about this the OTE entry? Because this is where you're doing it. Oh wait, oh yeah, I put it lower. I might have moved it. Okay, that should be better. Is that similar to yours? We're going for the signal high to the high that it made the breaker. Edit your box. It will add midpoint, Brian. So let me try what the first guy said. Let's do a 0.5 fib. Let's do a box. Is this background? I just want 0 and 1, right? The first one would be like, let's say green, red. Okay, that's actually what I kind of want. That's perfect. I would like the middle be white though, but I don't know how I can do that, right? And then I'll put some text on it, I guess. This is more for visual for some people. What is this background? Oh. How do I get rid of this line here? I don't really need that line, do I? Oh, there it is. Okay. I mean, this makes more sense, right? We kind of look something like this as premium discount. I don't even need this. Yeah, that's better. You know what? I'll definitely keep this. Let's do premium discount. Let me read the chat. Yeah, no, Blake, a midpoint on the rectangle is fine. I just kind of want like two separate colors on this box. So like, now that I do it like this would probably make more sense, right? Where the equilibrium is at that 0.5, you want to get an entry under the equilibrium so you can have good risk. So this is a unicorn that I miss. I did call out, but I did not trade it just because the bearish breaker on the left side. GAN box where fibs are. What is that? But you guys understand this unicorn setup. I hope like it fits all the criteria. It even has like the time macro criteria because we did make the breaker within the time macro of 9:50 to 10:10, and we retrace shortly after, like 10 minutes after. ES is definitely looking like it's about violent. This two bearish breaker that's overlapping. You're talking this. Let's see. Let me see what we're talking about. Gan box. Oh, interesting. This is a lot though. I don't know how to use this. This is a lot of boxes. If you can send me the picture of the outcome on Discord or something like that, then if it's something that looks good to me, then I'll definitely use it out. Just show me a picture of it on Discord to see what it looks like. Because it looks a lot. I think this is very simple. I wish there was like the premium and discount label on it, but it's fine. So let's see if close above this real quick. We have overlapping breaker. Yeah, this entry is really golden here, man. It's unfortunate. If we got this entry, we would have TP'd after the break here, and we would put break to the stop, and we look for the second mark here. But I hope that you guys are able to spot this breaker, though. I think some people do have trouble spotting very simple structure like this that to me looks simple, but maybe looks more complex to others. But yeah, we're probably waiting for the 1050 to 1110 setup now. Let me check the Forex calendar. We don't really have anything, right? Can you explain the breaker box, really what it means and how you use it to how you use it in a unicorn setup and how you draw it normally? Those info can be found on my Discord. I don't really want to explain the basic too much, but like this is how like it'll be drawn. Like I could show you the model itself though. I'll share this for like a few minutes. This is ideally the entry that I'll be looking at. You're looking for a low made. You're looking for a attempt at breaking that low and going higher upwards, and then you want to see a stop line, and usually you want to see it a high time frame liquidity being taken. And then basically a close above that previous high made, and that will be the breaker. And you can take the top of that candle of the breaker, which is the bullish candle, and go find all the continuation. In this case, there's two continuation for me here. I'm gonna mark all the two from the wick up all the way back to the bottom of the body, and we'll just draw our normal OTE. We're looking for fair value inside. We're looking for inversion inside. Looking for many things. But those can be found on my Discord. I'm not going to explain the basics too much. The live stream is more for focusing it and really reinforcing it. There will be videos made probably to explain it more. All right, we're making a run up now. More Fossey said, nice work, Brian. Thanks up 1K on that breaker FEGs. I'm assuming you're talking about this here, this long here. But very nice. Well done. So we're back in this 5-minute here. We're approaching the 1050 now. This is something we're watching for. So I do think NQ looks like it's trying to come back up though. I still think we can head lower though. So I'm gonna look for a breaker model going downward, likely. But it's a shame that we didn't really take this all together. But this is proof of concept that the model does work. It works every day. And, like, there's not a single unicorn that I show that I would like to take like the last few days that doesn't work. Especially when it fits all the criterias. Because you're seeing this work every time. Like, if you look at other, like, say, other traders who has, like, a model. It could be turtle soup. It could be inversions. It could be, like, using EMAs. Like, there'll be multiple times where things won't work. And they'll be like, they'll try to explain. They're like, oh, it's because of this. It's because of this. But every time we have a clear model like this, we're looking at the probabilities of it trying to work. And this has, like, a very high probability. It's like 80% when the criteria is met. And every time so far, when there's a breaker, when there's an FEG, when it's optimal trade entry, when we have a SNT made, and within a macro, it works out where it strips structures and you just get a continuation long. 3 drive line Q. I'm not really looking for that right now. I mean, it could be 4 drives. 1, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, this could be a 3 drive. If it follows through where we make a low and then retrace back to it, we'll probably look for a short within this breaker. So yeah, I do hope that you guys really see the potential of the model of the unicorn at its full potential, where once everything's hitting and everything's hitting your checklist, it works out with precision. So in this case here, in this FAG here, the moment we do cross the equilibrium, you're looking for entry within these boxes here, which is only a 7-point entry zone, while the breaker is more of a 20-point entry zone. So like that's why the breaker allows you to narrow it down, and you can look at the breaker from the where it overlaps, so you can look for entry from 16 to 20. It's a 4-point entry zone now. That's how precise it can be. The stops is a little bit more long if you want to do swing low, but you can also change that. I'm still looking. We're approaching at 10:50 time though, so we're probably expecting something shortly. Let's look at the 5-minute. We're in this 5-minute right now. We're just seeing life with breakers. How does one... I need to open my chat more. Let me just do that real quick. Some stuff are blocking it. How does one identify that lowest low is a change from sell to buy? Let me try to think about this question real quick. How does one identify that the lowest low is a change from sell to buy? So you're looking at... You're asking why this lower low is a change from sell to buy. If that's the case, the answer to that would be the moment we made a low, we made a high, we try to come back up but rejected, taking a lower low from that previous low made, so we can see that we did like a stop hunt there, and then we come back up, closing above that previous high made. So that makes the breaker model. And with the breaker model, it's just after what happens, a change of like structure. So like we're breaking the structure, that's the breaker going up. As long as this breaker holds, we're instead of selling, we're looking to move upwards now. So that's like the ideology of the breaker. We're trying to break structure from sell to buy, but you could also use breakers for continuation. For instance, let's say you're like, I guess I'll make an example like this. Um, let's see how I draw it. Oh, I drew it pretty bad. Let me see if I can just draw it fast. So we can have a breaker here, right? And then it comes down lower. That's a very classic breaker. Let's just put this higher. And what it could happen is we could just chop around, and then we don't need to have a breaker going upwards. We can just have another breaker going downwards. So this would be, if this market was moving up, this would be a breaker structure going down. And we'll just chop around, and then we just form another breaker for continuation downside. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a breaker to change structure. It could just also be a continuation on higher time frame. And I demonstrate that in some of my trades. If I show all the trade recaps, I think I posted a few, quite a few actually. I'll label them if it's a reversal or a continuation, and what model it is. If it's using a unicorn with a fair value gap, or if I'm using inversion with it. Yeah. What Ronnie kind of said is basically the central of it. Model is liquidity sweep into a market structure shift and back into the breaker fair value gap, and then it's in a discount as well. Like as long as all the criteria fits, and if you throw in a liquidity sweep, if it's a external, like a very high time frame external liquidity sweep, then that makes it like a more of high probability trade. If it's within a time macro, that's also high probability, because these things happen every day at a certain time period. So that's lots of good questions coming today. I do love seeing that. But that means you guys are working, and I do appreciate that. I could see also a bearish breaker forming within this 5 minute here. We just want to see if that happens or not. If it does, we can look to execute it. An example would be, since like I'll kind of draw with the candles here. We could just make this. We can make a deeper high. This could happen here. So it'd be basically deliver from a bullish breaker to a bearish breaker, and we could just go back to consolidation. This could be the setup here. And something changed. Illuminos posted let me just look at this real quick. Okay, let me just read the chat more and more while we're waiting. How do we use high time frame PD raise to decide to enter besides using breakers? How do we use high time frame PD raise to decide to enter beside using breaker? Meaning, which we'll use a 1 or 4 hour fair value gap that causes price to change from sell to buy. So what usually happens is when you're looking at a high time frame, let's say we're in the hourly, we're gonna be trading back and forth. We could be coming, go up, then go down, and then we can retrace back into this 1 minute here, and then go lower. We're going back and forth. While we're in the high time frame, every move it will be just kind of a high time frame retracement or high time frame break structure. If it's just a high time frame retracement, if it comes back into this hourly or where am I? Yeah, if it does come into hourly, I'll mark this hourly here. We have a gap here. That's just simply a high time frame retracement. But if we go down to lower time frames, this is what could happen. We just keep on going up, and on lower time frame, let's say on the 1 minute, we could get something like this. So on the 1 minute or the 5 minute, we could have a bearish structure on lower time frame while we're retracing up to high time frame. So that's just like we're using high time frame analysis and draw liquidity to see where market will go, and we'll execute on the 1 or 5. So simply, like, if we do come back in this hourly, this is just a simple high time frame retracement. But on the lower time frame, when we reject from it, that could be a low time frame breaker or more of a structure shift downwards. So we're gonna watch for every possibility. So I'm marking all the draw. I'm looking at all the liquidity, and I'm looking at the high time frame to see where it could go. There's not much high time frame under this hourly here, which I have marked already, and then the 5 minute is something I'm watching too. If we do a close above, so when people think like, oh, you're only trading on the 1 minute without any bias, that's actually wrong, because we're also looking at high time frame consideration. We're just only executing on the 1 minute because all these trades and all how price moves, it all correlates. So like when there's a high time frame move, it's likely a low time frame building too, which is great. So when that all aligns, you have something magical. I don't really like how this 5 minute here, like we're just barely tapping into. I would rather see it like really push through it. That's why it's still moving lower. I was expecting it to move a little higher, close above maybe, but we did take out this high here. So this is like kind of like a low time frame setup, because we're looking at the 5 minute as a retracement. So you can see here, this is an example. Let's say this is a higher time frame instead of being a 5 minute. We just simply retrace back to the 5 minute, and we're also making on the 1 minute a low time frame bearish breaker. Is that interesting? Oh shit. So in this case, this could be the bullish bearish breaker here. It's tough though. Like this is too low time frame, because you're looking at 5 minute retracement into a 1 minute time reversal. Usually I would look at like hour or a higher time frame retracement, and then I'll look for a reversal on lower time frame within the 1 or 5. But this could work. I'm just showing this just to show like that this is an instance where it will deliver price. And if you can train your eyes to exactly do what I'm like kind of showing you, and looking at how I trade with using breakers and unicorn models, this is where you really elevate your trading. So we can also look at this inversion here. This is just a simple inversion. The 1 minute imbalance here, we did close below it, and then retrace back into this 1 minute inversion and closing lower. So like a recap of today, like or based on the New York session right now, from the opening, from when I streamed at 10, we have a bullish breaker deliver here after hitting the 2.5 standard deviation projection. No liquidity swept except this here. We closed lower, and we formed a bullish breaker, retapping back into a unicorn setup, which is the 1 minute FEG in here, and it's also O2E. And then this basically moves up into the 5 minute, which what we've been watching for, the 5 minute FEG. Didn't really give much of a tap in. I was expecting more of a retracing the 794, let's say, the midpoint of it. Didn't do that. Instead, we make a 1 minute reversal here, which is kind of delivering down. But it's just not sustainable because you're looking at a 5 minute analysis with a 1 minute reversal. But it's just seeing how price would deliver. If this had this been more of a good structure with a high time frame analysis and a cleaner break, because we didn't really get a clean close above or a clean sweep below, so that's why it's like not too nice. But we do have the inversion to back it up, so that makes it more of a unicorn with inversions if ever I got. So it looks like this inversion is tapping back into it. I mean, like, if you think about it, like, I'm only showing this for visuals, but like, let's say you take an entry within the midpoint of this inversion, which would be the top of the breaker too. You just put like a stop like right here, probably like at the previous swing high, 11 points, and then it basically gave you 20 points already. That's 2 RR. That's the beauty of it. And we're 1 hour in. We've seen multiple setups, but I don't think anything has been very critical. So what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to talk about every trade possible to train your eyes to look at breakers, look at unicorn structures, look at high time frame analysis, and then it's up to you to take the entry. And if there's a trade that I'm willing to share with everyone, which is kind of like one setup a day, this is what I'm going to do too. But so far, I shared like 3 breaker setups that I did not take yet. It's just more for visuals. No, Ross, you didn't miss this trade. This is for sale as visuals. Because it's not as, like I said, it's not good probability. This is not clean breaker structure. You'll know when I'll take a trade together, and they'll be all on my funded when I do this, and then when I put like trade limit orders in. Usually I'll anticipate that. And if you're listening to me like right now, I'll say that so many times. I'll be like, I'm looking this long here. I'm looking for the limits. If it retaps, I'm buying. But I haven't said any of that. And I don't like being ambiguous. So I'm not going to be like, oh, short this. Like right now, like it has to be anticipated. That's how I teach. And that's how I execute as well. We really plan and anticipate. So I don't think you should be worried about missing any trades. This is more like it though. We could have a better close up above here. This is way too tight of a breaker, which I'm gonna remove. But this is still used as inversion. We could still form this. If you see it like this could still form in a way that we just fill more of the 5 minute, or it could just become a bullish breaker. It's kind of revolving 2 places right now, and we're just gonna play what we see, and we're looking for a large displacement. So we're in the time macro of 10:50 to 11:10 right now. We're just waiting to see how it plays out. So close to passing the 100K eval. Damn. What firm are you doing? 100K eval. Would that be Top Step? This is pretty bullish right now, though. This bullish breaker is still holding, and we violate this bearish breaker. Depending on if we get a substantial close on this 5 minute, I'm actually more likely to really try to play the upside. Are you live every day? I've been trying. That's a new habit now. I think I'm really pushing like the last 2-3 weeks is more like really in a teaching mood, but like there will be a time period where I just shift that and it'll be like less teaching and just more executing. But it's like really repetitive saying the same thing over and over. That's why I'm gonna look to make like a YouTube video on that and it'll just kind of explain the basic concepts so for the newbies they don't have to like keep on asking the same like how do you make this burger? How do you where do you draw the manipulation like and all that type of stuff. But yeah, basically the last 2 weeks and probably the next like week, basically, I'm really gonna just push on like answering any question possible and explaining it. But after that, it's just gonna be straight execution. With little teach or with less teaching, more executing. Because we're here to be a trader, not to be a educator. All right, let's get a 5-minute close above here, and then I'll look for likely a bullish breaker. A retap inside. T-Trade's channel is gold. Also another good resources if you're looking for educational materials. I definitely agree. I think the way that I trade the breakers and the unicorn is kind of like a unique spin to it. Even the way I draw my breakers is uncommon to other people. But like the basic concepts of it can be learned through these videos. That's where like I always reference his material. I'm like, if you want to learn how to use a breaker or how to draw it, you can watch that video. The standard range projection, you can watch that video. And I reference that in my Discord. So we got a 5-minute close above. We're really crushing this this bullish move here. Let's see if we get a setup coming. I would actually look for any longs now. We kind of have a bullish breaker now. I'm just adapting to it because this kind of went both ways. But right now we're pushing. It's a very clean bullish breaker. Caddy Pan. I don't think I'm very bearish right now. After like what I'm watching for is a close above the 5-minute of the FVG. We're really doing that already. And we have what you're seeing is a 1-minute time frame bullish breaker respecting. And then what you see over here is also a bearish breaker that was respected, but it got violated. So like right now on lower time frame, you should be bullish here. Because you're trying to pay attention to what respects and what doesn't. Right now, the bullish breaker already disrespected and is invalid. So what you could see here is a long on this bullish breaker would be pretty ideal right now. This is kind of a setup that I'm willing to take on the ES here after we break a structure. Lots of moves happening right now. We're going to try to be prepared for it. I'm going to try to mark the charts and show what I'll do as fast as I can. But I'm looking at I'm definitely looking at ES right now. So we definitely see a nice bullish breaker here. And I'll demonstrate that with kind of more of a lipstick drawing. So look at my left side real quick. This is a very clean bearish or a bullish breaker model here, especially after we hit the -1 standard range projection already. So we're looking for a retap back into it and then really expand upwards to -2.5 and -4. So let's see if we get that. I think I'm looking kind of like something. This put a 3.25 stop is fine. connect it for visuals. I think next week I'm gonna I found a way to copy trade with TradingView. I just haven't did that yet. So far I've been just kind of copy trading. Or so far I've been just using paper trading to show visuals. It's at 111,000. I've just been taking like 4 minis per trade. And I'm gonna put par stop here. Okay, let me do this. I want to just expand the ES more. This might be the more setup that I'm looking for. The other side would be NQ, but I'm probably looking at more of this inversion here. All right. So if we do retap back in this version, that's something I'll look to take. Just do the same thing. Let's just draw the standard deviation projection, and then let's also draw the I'm basically looking at this version though. When you have inversion on the left side, which is used to take out a high, and then we close lower. This inversion, yeah, I violated it twice, but it's now respecting as a bullish inversion FEG. It's within a 1 minute FEG, so that's just a simple BPR. Let's see, look at this. I think I do like ES more because I already discussed ES is still holding very well today. NQ is climbing back up. I think there was also SMT on the bottom of ES, but it's been kind of going back and forth. Like NQ has violent moves down, but now it's having violent moves back up. So depending on what happens with NQ, I'll see if I want to trade on NQ or ES. Dude, Apex is so disgusting when you're trading large size. Yeah, like that's how I'm assuming. Like Tanya was saying, like she was trading many Apex accounts, and she was in a profitable trade likely, and the way that happens is you're in 15 minis, like you're in 10 minis, and you're up like 2,000, and say it do a slight retrace. Now that counts as your drawdown, so that's why it's tough. Usually what I'd like to do is trade those type of Apex evals during high volatility. So it could be FOMC, it could be non-farm payroll, or it could be CPI. And usually it'll give a good move. So like if you do full port here, let's say at 812, and your bias is downward, it could give you like a 20-point move in like 2 seconds or like less than a minute. I actually hit the profit target in one of them and didn't collect fast. Oh, you must be like 15 minis while it must be a 50k too, so what was that 3k profit target? That's so that's so easy to do it with max size. Yeah, it has to be high volatility if you're trying to gamble. 8 NQ. So what is that? If you have 30,000 profit target and you have 8 NQ or 8 contracts and it's 20 multiplier, you only need 19 points. I don't think price moved this morning that fast though, so I think you should be able to keep up with it, which is interesting. But I'm gonna showcase it on NQ as well. I'll likely just do something like this. I'm not gonna put stop under this low because this could break, and if it does, I'll look at every entry if possible. I'm just trying to manage my risk as best as I can. It's a very large breaker, and I'm narrowing down my entry using the fib, which makes it optimal trade entry, and watching this diversion here, which becomes a BPR. I'll just put this aside. We're just waiting. What's the next volatility anyways? Do we have non-farm payroll coming up, or not CPI or FMC coming up? Let's take a look at that. Let's see. I'm looking at next week because I know there's nothing crazy this week. PMI, nothing. Unemployment claims, advanced GDP. Like, there's nothing really happening for high volatility, which is good for Apex because they're real trying to make you pass account really fast on low volatility with trailing drawdown. It's a recipe for disaster. But yeah, this breaker works out very well. Now we're looking at this breaker. I'm gonna try to line this together just for visuals. That's usually how platform does it. Like, they do like half off resets literally the day of CPI because they know people will fail and they look to resets. And it depends. Like, if you're trying to gamble, you get to gamble in it with a strategy, not like in the spur of the moment. Oh, let me ask Tanya. What's the daily recap today? I think today has definitely good price moves. I think you did say you were long, so and we've been delivering a nice reversal. So I would think it's a profitable trade. I do really like this inversion though. This inversion is very nice. It'll target the equal highs. It's like nearly 3 RR. ES is like not coming lower yet. Or ES is coming lower fast, but NQ hasn't. So we're falling back into the breaker really quick already. I might just lower this a little bit just so I can line better. And then it also lets me have better risk on it. But it's quite interesting. The divergence strength is being shown at NQ, and we can look at tech. Tech is still pretty mystery right now. The moment we do get a break under this wick here, which would deliver you in a 1 minute FEG, that's where I'm looking. But when you're dealing with divergence, you want to see at previous price moves and see which one delivers better. And it does look very similar. NQ was delivering very, very bearish, volatile moves downwards, where it was delivering nearly twice as much as ES when it dropped. But now it's doing the same thing in the opposite inverse way, where it's delivering higher with a strong move upwards. We didn't get a tap back in the breaker, but it's not something that an entry that you would take. It's just straight at equilibrium, but still not something I would take. We're waiting for this entry to come though. If it doesn't come, guess what? We're waiting for the next entry. Basically, we're looking to risk about $600 if we're doing 2 minis. And we're going for this move up, which is about $1,600. The recap is I went YOLO and lost 3 evals in front of 2,000 people. It probably ICT. He was there from the beginning? Oh. That's terrible. ICT is going to look at you and see you're a gambler. But that's how Apex really trap you into it. Unless you're taking like appropriate trades. Like you could, I guess you could take high leverage trades on high probability setups. Just learning here, why are you putting orders on both rather than favoring one? Just for visuals. I'm likely going to take the NQ one more. But it's something that I would consider for both though, because they both deliver very similarly. Is this eval per performance or personal account? If you're talking about Tanya, she's talking about Apex eval. But for me, I'm trading on funded accounts, and it's copy trade across about 8 funded accounts. Yeah, they do need to add the equivalent of micros. But also I'm putting on both just to show for the viewers, like if you, depending on what you trade, some people like ES more, some people like NQ more. I'm willing to take both of them. But if it's kind of delivering at the same time, let's say like this low is the same as this low, where it's like gonna essentially fill you at the same time, I would probably just pick only one of them. The one that you favor more, and kind of the one that favors you in the way it delivers. So if NQ was showing a lot of strength, I would probably long NQ. And if it showed a lot of weakness, I would probably only look at short NQ. Or, yeah, basically. So it's the same vice versa. That's the way like you want to really do it. And you can see NQ still showing much more strength than ES. ES is still lagging behind, while NQ already took up the previous 2 highs. And looks like we didn't get the delivery. Even on ES, I would have taken it. But because we're already bullish, we already closed above this 5-minute, both on NQ and ES. We had the bullish breaker move, which has been respecting. And then we formed another bullish breaker, which I was hoping that it would come back and get us, but it did. So there's not much you can do about that. The only entry today would have been this entry here, which I'll circle. This is the only solid entry with low risk. But we tried to do a second entry, it didn't work, or it didn't get a delivery to our entry zone. But the bright side of that, like, you're not getting any losses if you're not getting entry. But you will get losses if you try to pyramid into the entry or try to join in anyways. So if you're bullish, you want to wait for a retracement so you can manage your risk and have a lower probability that it will stop you out with your standardized stop. I'm still waiting for another setup, I guess. Short looks tempting here. What makes short tempting here? Unless it's coming into an hourly FEG. Well, let me see if it is. If it's coming to this hourly FEG, it could be more tempting. I definitely would want to see NQ come back up here first before I'm tempted for shorts. But right now, we know it's pretty bullish going forward. So you're trying to stay with the narrative. And the narrative's still upwards. For you Fibonacci fans, SPY, SPY low of day was exactly 0.618, retraced from January low to January high. Oh, that's interesting. That's the low dip buy. Let's see. Still waiting. Let me see the chat here. Intraday supply. That's fair. For me, I'm gonna wait for more of a high time frame retracement area. Took 4 points on ES long. I did one contract at 71.5 because of the 5-minute FEG. Oh, we actually did get in the 5-minute. Still didn't 71.5. That is rare. That's very early. I would at least let it tap into the breaker because here you still have like a nice 3-point entry zone. So you can take one at 70 and then take the rest at 68.5. But I mean, it did work out for you. What do you mean that they need to add micros on top step? So like I think what they're talking about, like let's say a 50K account, you can only do like let's say 2 minis. That means you can also only do 2 micros instead of 20 micros because 10 minis or 10 micros are in 1 mini. We're waiting. Would you still take this long? Yeah, I'm still interested in this long. Only because it's a fair retracement. If we're trying to deliver to the hourly FEG. And it's a very tight stop, so like usually the risk reward would even be greater. I'll extend this all the way up to this previous high here if that stops out there. You only want to look for entries where it's more favorable to you, and this is a favorable entry to me, especially when I'm staying bullish. We're just waiting. Why no entry around 780 FVG inside of breaker? 780. Let me find it for you. Oh, you're looking at this FEG, right? I think what matters is the BPR, because you notice how I'm not making the FEG from this mark here. It's actually used from this inversion here. The inversion used to close to take out this previous high, and this inversion is also invalid for the downside when we close below here. It just keeps on going backward. Now we're expecting upwards. So this is a bullish inversion within a FEG. So that's like a very classic BPR, which is the most highest probability that you can do to pair with the breaker. So I would prefer it to hit within this BPR rather than it just doing like a very slight tap into here and then go up. Yeah, that's why I marked it BPR here. Let's see. Do you like ES or NQ more? Probably NQ. NQ's been very bullish, showing a lot of strength. But I can take it on either. Like I'm likely gonna take ES first. I might actually take both though. I might just split the size on them because ES could work, and NQ would not even come close to this entry. But what I can see happening is, let's say ES do take the stop, NQ take the entry here. I'll try a second attempt there, and this one could be the one that works out. We're just so far from the entry zone on NQ. We're like 40 points away. On ES, we're only like a few points away. I'm gonna get water real quick. I'll be right back. I'm getting back. Looks like there's no entry yet. I mean, we could consider this as a bullish breaker too, but it's just not good enough for me. If we look at this up close candle here, still not good enough. We're just really waiting this out. Both these plays are still valid to me though. Thoughts about 79.75 ES short. You're looking at the 5 minute, I think you said? Yeah, 5 minute. Let me take a look. 79.75 said. I mean, we'll be already delivering, I think, in the hourly. I think, I don't know. I think it's still pretty difficult. There's not much really hanging there. It looks we're in the a 15-minute bearish breaker though. If we violate that, I can see something. So if we get close above 76 already, that's already very bullish. Yeah, it's difficult. It's definitely difficult here. Lots of different time frames are telling you different things. Any short level, the only short level I'm looking for is if we get back into this hourly FEG. So high time frame retracement. This is pretty critical here. So on higher time frame, if you're on the hourly, right? I'll share this. It's just a simple retrace back to the hourly FEG from lower prices, but on low time frame, this could be actually an entry model where it'll be actually a reversal. So let's say we do something like this. We come up, make higher, close lower, and then retest back in, and then close lower. This will be our entry here. We'll likely enter within this tap here. This is just an example. It doesn't have to be like this, but so on higher time frame, this is a quick retap. On low time frame, we made a low time frame reversal within the hourly FEG. It still works out. So at best, this is what I'm looking for. Once again, if it just, let's say it just keeps on pushing up, what happens? We're not gonna get the entry. We're not gonna take any losses, even though we're looking to see if it would reject and make a reversal. Since it didn't deliver that breaker model or breaker structure, it just keeps on going up, and we'll be fine with that.
So I think we have two potential setups right now. If it retests back into this long entry, we can long up to the hourly FEG most likely, and it'll coincide with the standard deviation projection and like any other liquidity target that we have. Or we can look for a low time reversal up here on the hourly FEG. What time do I trade? I'll share this. So the welcome guide and what I tell all my people, I basically start trading around 9:45, 9:50. Basically, I avoid the open market volatility, and we trade all the way to 12, which is the lunchtime. And then if it's PM session, I'll trade like around 1 o'clock to 1:15, all the way to 3:15 or power hour. So it's like 2 hour session for both, right? Like if it's 10 to 12, 2 hours. If it's here, 2 hours. Nothing more than that. And I try not to trade both session every day. Sometimes I'll do just for the YouTube and to showcase the trades. But you don't really need that. You only do one trade per day, one session, 2 hours a day. It's fine. Like that's what I've been doing for the last 2 months before I started trading the PM session too. It just be one trade session in the AM. And let's say I get this long setup and it works. It goes for like 30, 40 points. I'm done for the day. And I'll take that on. All my fundeds, it'll be copy traded. And that's how it is. It's part of the waiting game, huh? Market really went slow as heck. After 11:30, which is kind of when I'm letting close. We're just kind of stagnant here. We can retrain to the hourly high time for reversal. So I think kind of a recap today is just there has been a very clean unicorn structure here, and
after that, it's pretty pretty sloppy with entries. We barely get any retrace. If you only look at this model, I'm sure like there's some inversions that you could take and other models, but if we're only solely speaking of unicorn or breakers, sure that this breaker worked, but it was a very slight retap, so I'm not even considering that. And we had this bearish breaker here, which worked out. So I think the only two setups is just these two that is more actionable, and I would have been able to take. So we do see this on the hourly. This is where the hourly FEG begins, and we basically have equal highs here. I would probably want this to at least tap into this FEG first. We do have some equal highs left here too. We do have a tiny bearish breaker on the 1 minute. Very tight. I don't think I'm looking this.
Wow. Oh, ES is actually moving. Oh shit. I don't know if I'm gonna take this entry on ES. I didn't see it. Let me see. I might actually extend it lower. I might have to lower the risk because I would want NQ to come a little bit down here. Damn. Why is this divergence so strong? We have equal highs up here. I was kind of talking in the Discord chat and I forgot that I was watching NQ and we're so far from it. Fuck. There's still a 1 minute in here. I'll definitely put a very tight stop. So I'll take it within this entry here, 68 in the 68 entry zone. I was a little caught off guard. Let me recoup. Let me just check what's happening. Just neglected on ES and only watch NQ and I was like, okay, there's nothing happening right now. We're approaching 12 lunch hour. It's usually a trading hour that I do not encourage to take any trades in, which is unfortunate. Damn. I could have let this played out, but I don't know if I would got filled. Did I put the entry at 68? Like I think it was something like this. Would have gotten filled? I try to put the midpoint of the entry, the FAG. It's still tight. It's like only a 1 point entry zone. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I was only paying attention to NQ. I forgot about ES. Because usually we take the trades on NQ. But we do have a bearish breaker forming on low time frame. But the thing I like about this is we are getting into equal highs here, which makes it a very good target to aim for. Yeah, that happened. I don't know. I did not expect that. I would still like NQ down here though. I don't know if that's willing to happen. We didn't really expand much upwards, right? -1 standard deviation projection. We could even just tap in this 1 minute here and just come back down. I'll just move this right now. I need to just get out this way. I have the setup still marked though. We can just enter. I need to see if it would come back up and deliver. Is this a setup I'm willing to take? It's a unicorn within this model here, which works out. NQ just too far from discount still. I'm watching it first. Let me just move this away for now. I don't know if I want to take ES yet, especially when it's approaching lunch hour. So when you're outside your kill zone in the trade, for my experience, the probability is lessened by a very high margin. So like what I'm saying is we're approaching lunch hour, which is outside the PM session, morning session, which makes it lower probability. And when I'm taking trades, I'm focusing on looking for trades that I would take on all my fundeds at once. And this is a trade that I could take on all my fundeds, but it's also very risky. In a way that's lunch hour, it's outside of time macro, and AQ is still at a premium when I'm trying to buy this. We might just run this to lunch though. I think I would like this NQ better though. It's just a strong divergence. We have a good target though. So like, let's say we did take an entry at 68. It's like an 8-point entry zone or target with only a 3-point stop. I think for me, let's see if it forms a this is even better if it forms like a oh, I did this wrong.
if it forms a kind of like breaker structure within overlapping within here, which happens frequently. Happens more than you think. Let's see if it does like something like that within this breaker zone. Because what tend to happen when there's a divergence with similar setups, we could see price come below this previous breaker instead of respecting it. It maybe respected it one time already, but it will come lower and it will just keep on consolidating, and then it will deliver another breaker within a breaker. So just because it's lower probability because of I'll just type it out, lunch hour divergence from NQ, and that's basically a no time macro. It makes it a very low probability right now for me. It's not like a C setup. It's probably just a B setup. This is more of an A setup if it hit earlier. And I'm looking for trades, that one trade that would fulfill my daily target in one trade. I'll extend this upwards because we're now at this premium discount now. So for this to be another high probability move, I would need to deliver another breakup structure coming downward. So this will be a simple retrace, and they'll retrace back up. Or it could just it literally could just do something like this. This is very possible as well. It doesn't have to do something fancy like this. We'll just see. But I hope some people understand why I'm being more vigilant about this, because I think there's a checklist for a reason, and if it's not within your checklist, you should be more wary of it, because that means just lower probability. And especially if we're on a winning streak and we just keep on winning each day, we're getting like $300 per each funded each day accumulated up. You don't want to ruin that streak with a lower probability trade, because we're not in a race to take as many trades as we can, right? So let's just see if this delivers here. This is interesting. I do like the equal highs, which is nice. We're in the lunchtime. I'm gonna refrain from trying to trade the lunchtime too much, unless it's something that I really like. To be honest, I blew 4K this week. Was eval though? Wait. I'm not really following that. You said you blew 40K this week on eval. It's like, are you saying like you have like 20 evals and you blew like 5K each, or 2K each? Because of eval at the end of the day doesn't mean too much. That's why I always say, like, when you pass eval, it's like good work, but that's it. Like, you're not getting more from me, because I want to see the same results in fundeds. That's where you get paid in. But let me see. Oh, did I miss? I think someone shared a breaker entry somewhere for me. I think I missed it. Damn it. On ES. Let me see if I can spot it on my own. It's tight. It's very tight. They're probably talking about this breaker here, which doesn't really work too well. It just really depends. Yeah, it's way too tight for me. There's some A plus breakers, and there's some that's not. Joseph is talking about he had 4 accounts in total. It added to 40K in profits gained. Then I end up failing each. How big is your profit? Are you talking about like 300K accounts where you need like 20K profit target each? I feel like 40K, 10K profits on each should pass it. No. Do you have any advice for me? I passed a 50K 2 weeks ago. I'm doing well in terms of wins, and only really doing 1 or 2 micros. $400 up. Feels so slow. Do you think that is too little of risk? So a rule of thumb for me is, for each trade risks less than 10% of drawdown. So in this case, you need 10 net losses to blow this account. If it's unless it's trailing drawdown, of course. So you need 10 net losses to blow this count. If it's end of day trailing, it's kind of works the same, because like after you make a new high, you're still gonna have that parameter of 10 net losses, which is very unlikely. So let me add to this. You have 2K drawdown, max drawdown, let's say. Just risk no more than 200 per trade. So what does that mean? I'm not telling you to control your sizing. I'm not telling you to control your stop. I'm telling you to control your max risk. So either you do 1 mini for 10-point loss, you're doing 5 micros for 20-point loss, or stop loss. That's essentially the name of the game. So if you do these 2 rule of thumbs, you'll be able to maintain your fund. It's like how I've been holding the same fund that I had for like the last 3 months and getting frequent payouts on them. Joseph, what prop firm are you talking about with 300K and 250K? Is it ETF or Elite? I think they're the only 2 that offers that high of a thing. Do you trade any other types of futures? How do I keep on. I don't know. Do you trade any other types of futures? I only trade ES and NQ. That's only it. I don't trade gold. I don't trade. Sometimes I look at YM, but I don't really trade YM. I only use it for analysis. So there's a good reason why I'm against ES right now. These are the 3 main reasons, and also the divergence of NQ is a very important reason. So for me to actually take this long, I need another bullish breaker to form, essentially. I'm with Top Step right now. It's quite hard to balance. It's either 2 micros or a mini. Oh yeah, so Top Step do have that problem. That's why we were discussing with Tanya earlier, that how Top Step is working on trying to do equivalent micro to mini exchange. So you should be able to do 20 micros, but they haven't done that yet. So what you could do is just trade 1 mini, trade 1 setup with a set stop loss. So it's still the same in this case. If you're doing 10-point stop loss on NQ or 4 points on ES, 4 points on ES is more than enough. I usually do 3 or 2.5 on ES. So 1 mini for 200 points, max loss. You can aim for like 2 RR per trade and put break even stop on too. I think that's more than enough. And once you build that cushion up, then you're able to expand more on that. All right, so what I'm gonna put your eye on is this 1 minute FEG here. I'm gonna see if it holds in respect. I'm gonna get some more water. I think I'm gonna stick around till like lunchtime or to 2 p.m. session. I'm back. Let's see. I'll just take a few days off and clear my head, and I'll let my back-to-back wins get to my head. I want it more than blue everything. Yeah, so that's just really all about discipline, and it's hard to do that sometimes. But unless you're, what I would recommend is kind of like surrounding yourself with like-minded people with good discipline to push you to that. If you're watching people or being influenced on posts, let's say like someone on Twitter posts like 20,000 profit, you might be influenced to take the same similar sizing. And vice versa, if you're kind of like watching people that's showing like, oh, let's just do $200 a day, let's take $300 a day, let's make realistic profits where everyone can achieve that, then you kind of build a good habit in that way. And I think I'm saying that based on the experience of my group, which like I'm kind of promoting that habit now instead of like, oh, here's a 20K profit of the day, and I'm like shoving your face, rather than like, let's just work. Let's just talk about percentages. Let's see if we can make, let's say 5% each month. So people do get too greedy, and it's usually influenced by other people. It's never, you could be naturally greedy, but it's more likely like you got influenced by other people. Because if you surround yourself with good habits and build good habits with good people, then like it won't do too much. I'm trying to surround myself with more people that think that way. Yeah, exactly. Are you planning on going short at NQ? So I'm gonna try to refrain myself from trading the lunch hour, so between 12 to 1 for the next 50 minutes, unless I see something that's very good. Like even this bullish breaker here, we tapped this breaker here and moved higher, but this retap down to this entry. I avoided. Why did I avoid? For these reasons. And that helped me from getting a loss here. So if you're kind of back testing in a way that like have the right criteria versus like no bias, no nothing, no criteria at all, then you might be taking more losses than you could if you didn't. If you basically didn't take any setups that were lower probability than the E+ setups. And I definitely wrote out a checklist for everyone. I'll just share, so we can just every time we see something, we know what we're looking for. Let me just pull up my checklist, guys. And then hopefully we can roll with it. This is my checklist. It's an overall checklist. There's more to it, but this wraps up a lot of it, like a whole lot. For this to work, I need a bullish breaker to form here, and likely even a close within this breaker, so it would help me push upwards. So I mean, if we do a good close above this wick, we might see a nice bullish breaker on lower time frame, and it just could be a nice reversal to rotate to equal highs. There's a lot of things that could happen. Short on NQ though, yeah, it's just too difficult for me right now. I need something more clear, like at least a. So the reason I'm looking at this hourly FEG, when I look at the hourly FEG on lower time frame, you'll see like these type of things, which is pretty nice. You see like these two equal highs here. I want to see that push up within this hourly FEG. When that happens, it'll take out this this highs here, and if we get a low time frame reversal there, then that's where I'll enter in. So I'm not gonna enter the first tap. I'm not gonna enter blindly. I need structure to move my favor before I'm entering. Let me remove this, and let's just start hunting. Oh, I'll remove these two too. I don't need them right now. So here we didn't get a close above. It's not a good bearish break or bullish breaker yet. We're gonna wait for that to form more. Okay, there's more of a substantial close here. So I'm gonna try to extend this a little bit and see if we can recapture this. We have equal lows here too. This is just a lot of divergence happening. It's a very good time to ask questions right now. This could be the bullish breaker here. But we're also within like a very tight bearish breaker here too. So it's like we're kind of going both sides right now, if you see it right. Do you favor AM or PM? I'm usually more of an AM type of person just because it has more range. But I would argue that some PM session has more of a lower trading just because it's slower, right? Especially if you're trading like the 9:30 open and like still within that 20 minutes in, like let's say 9:50 or 9:55, it could be very, very, very volatile. It could have 10 a.m. news and stuff. That makes things tricky, and like sometimes based on my accuracy rate, the percentage could drop a little bit more than something I would take on PM where like there's less variables involved. It's just straight price action, unless you're trading closer power hour, that is. We're still moving lower, looks like.
Tech is moving up. Let's see Dixie. Can I look at Dixie? How's Dixie moving? Let's go on the 5 on Dixie. We could be rotating lower for sure. Stocks can go back up. The bias is a little bit more difficult right now. I could see us delivering from a bearish breaker here. And if it holds a tap, this is still very tight too. So like I'm not gonna count this as a bullish breaker until we get a good close below New York Open likely. But right now we kind of see like a bearish breaker so far. We're looking at this angle. So this is kind of holding price back right now. Even though I'm not trading this, I'm just tape reading. So like, I think it's very easy to like learn the model, but like to learn to trade properly in the way that I'm looking at things, you need more experience and you need more of a rule set. And like a good reason would be like, why did I take this long and why am I more bearish right now? It's because ES is showing much more strength downside. I would likely long the strength that was in my favor, not the weakness, and it's outside my kill zone. Even though it's having delivery equal highs above, that's likely gonna get target later. And right now, instead of getting this hourly FAG, where I would likely, if this whole chart here was transported in this hourly FAG, that would be perfect for me. I'll take that short right there in a heartbeat. But it's the higher time frame is conflicting with my low time frame bias. ES and NQ is conflicting against each other too, so. We just don't need to force anything, right? If this violates, I'll remove the breaker, and of course, you know, we'll see. But I'm tape reading every breaker I see just for demonstration and then also for tape reading purposes. And then when things are changed, we'll see. And we'll be executing some trades. There's just too many things going on lower time frame for both NQ and ES for me to like be confident about the trade. The only thing would have been this case here. I think this was a very beautiful miss, which I'll probably share in the trade recap. I think this is where we're gonna learn more. We're just rotating lower. We do have a lot of equal highs, equal wicks up here. It's very interesting. We're waiting. What are we waiting for?
Just got a DM from TradingView. Ask for any feedback on TradingViews. Let me know if you got any suggestion. Oh, Tanya got pulled with TradingView. Let me see. If I wanted to trade TradingView or improve TradingView, what would I want to do? Let me think. TradingView is also awesome. Maybe anything regarding with the trade copier. Let me see. Do they already have everything? I can't tell. Maybe the better way is to do bracket orders. I don't know. It's a little clunky. I feel like I do like Trading Ninja more. The long and short tool. Let me see. I think I'm used to. I always put the long on the left side, short on the right side. Make TradingView better for execution. Jacob said, if we turn down to the 1 minute unicorn, would you still be interested despite the time has passed if it occurs at PM? Like here, I'll have to see. It might be the same format as my ES. Like I would need a bullish breaker to form within the breaker. That's a trade issue. Oh, it could be. I mean, I feel like they could implement a way to manage the trade better though, or even I don't know. Maybe there already is. Equinox posted on the Discord that he did take the bearish breaker here, which had not much of a unicorn setup. It might be on the 30-second, but like it's just a simple breaker model, which you probably pair with a nice auto trade entry and it hit the above the equilibrium. Which if you take a stop, it's short. Yeah, like let's say 819, 820. A stop at like 815 is 835 is probably decent enough already. But it's just, I think it's conflicting because I'm also waiting for it to come up to the hourly FEG to form exactly what it did here. Did that earlier. And then also ES was coming back to a bullish breaker. So like a lot of things going on at once. And it's just conflicting for me. So that's why I'm just kind of staying away from it for now. I'm not forcing anything. Integrate paper trade, stop loss, and TP with Trade of 8. Okay, they're making the Trade of 8 mobile app more and more clunky. I would just say improve anything trading related on TradingView because I'm likely going to look to trade on TradingView more. So if there's could be a fix with anything regarding that, let's go. This is the same kind of like reasoning up here. Like I would need to see more of a confirmation for me to be long here. Like I'm looking at longs within this inversion still, but I can always retap back into it. We'll see what they say about TP and stop loss. That's good. Tanya has influence with these companies now. If you're at it, can you tell Apex to make a end of day trailing? Since you're so close with Apex now. That would shake the market up for sure with their competitive pricing. Apex has my number. They text me. Who in Apex texts you like specifically? Is it like the president himself or the CEO himself, or is it just like I don't know. Tell Apex to make payout simpler. So basically, what Tanya is saying, like if there's any trouble regarding TradingView or Apex, you can just spam Tanya for support. That's what she's saying to you guys. Because she has Apex hotline. So if your payout is taking longer than it should, just be like, Tanya, can you ask your guy on Apex, where's my payout? It's a very interesting day, isn't it? I think it's a very good tape reading day, though. Especially kind of like sharing what I'll do and what I'll not do. But it's surprising that ES is being the leading downside now, which does coincide with what I look at here, VOD and VOSPD, which is correlating with the ES. This has been just selling off while this is tech-based, New York Stock Exchange. It's more like going back and forth. But Dixie's climbing back up. I'm looking at this for bias as well. My funded features thought though is a great as they are a startup. They changed the color of a bun for me in less than 24 hours. She's like, I don't like blue. Let's make it red. He's like, done. At that point, she could be like, I actually don't like the logo of your shield. Can you make it a star instead? They'd be like, done. This is very close of a delivery here. Interesting, huh? Angry Picnic or Pickle. I feel like the same thing with that. Like when they have when I made the account with them with a phone number, I felt like I got spam with like telecom calls and like just like basically spam bots. It's like, do they sell these numbers already, or was it like compromised? Because it was not fun. It was like, why am I getting all these messages from these spammers? Can you explain again why you ended up not taking the ES long? So the ES long, it was, I think, within this breaker here. And I want to take it within this retap of this wick here at 1117. But it made equal highs and came lower. So there's 3 main reasons why I didn't take that long instead, because it lowers the probability of it. First, it's lunch hour. Lunch hour is never a good time to trade. I only want to trade within my kill zone, which is kind of around like 10 to 12 before lunch hour. I won't even take a trade like 11:50. There's a divergence from NQ, like ES being the weaker one, like very weak compared to NQ, right? NQ is just like slowly moving down. This is NQ here, very far from like the replicate point where it was previously, about like 40-point difference. So you're kind of longing the weakness at the moment, since NQ was weak initially, but with violent moves down, it made violent moves up. So NQ is a stronger one now. ES is much weaker now. So that's reason number 2, and there's no time macro involved here. So for me to take this long, this is what I shared here. I need to see a bullish structure made again within this. So it could, 2 things can be true. It could respect this bullish breaker, and it could also deliver another bullish breaker within that. So if this happened, I would have probably long right here, but it didn't do that. So it's kind of just like, you need to know if things aren't as high probability, if they're not A+ setup, because there's some criteria that are not met. TP and stop loss sliders are not available on TradeView using TradeView integration API. It's a limitation of TradeView. I mean, Ninja also bought TradeView, so hopefully they can format it better. Because a lot of people who use TradeView also execute with TradeView and Ninja Trader, so they can make it more compatible. That'd be nice. So for me, I would only take it on this first tap here. After the second tap, if it's outside my kill zone, I won't regard it as much. It could have been an inducement model though, which I'll share more about that in the future. But I think for me it was a good call to not take that trade. I mean, we could have got filled here at 69 and it retapped up to 71. That's about like 2.5 points. But when you see a red flag like that, you can avoid it if you know what you're doing. Yes, it's just moving lower and lower. So we're nearly halfway through of the lunchtime. Once we're at 1 p.m., we're looking to really go through it. What's the estimation for the manipulation line up to Brian? Let me see. Which manipulation? Which category are you talking about? Would it be? I guess it could be through here, but I would also even see it from down here. It just depends where you see it as the breaker. ES doesn't really have a good one. I mean, everything's a good starting point. I'm gonna show both just to show it, and then I'm gonna probably do the one that I want better. So I think I like the breaker from down here more. So that's more the manipulation leg. But This could work too. They both could work. It looks more clunky with both of them on though, so I'm gonna just remove the smaller one. Since I made the breaker with this low here, I'm gonna use it as the same manipulation leg. This is what's also confusing. Let me check on the 15-minute now. I think this is a good time. I'm gonna delete some of this now. So 15-minute on NQ, we just kind of retapped back into the New York Open. Didn't retrace in the hourly, which is what I was hoping for. That would have been like a good manipulation inside there. Didn't really do that. Let's look at the 5. Or the lunchtime right now, you can see already. Still, once again, didn't get into this. We're going back to the 5-minute here, which would be a 5-minute FEG. So we're likely going to be watching for a close on the 5-minute under this FEG, which would also nearly violate this breaker too. So if we get a close under 765, that would kind of invalidate a lot of these bullish structure here. Did I draw that out? How you were asking, FOMO trader? I wasn't sure if you're asking for NQ or something else. Let's see the 15-minute on ES. ES is just very, very worse than that. I would argue on the 5-minute, this could be more of a 15 now. Because it does close lower, and that'll be the right narrative for it. And I think we also discussed about this being a 15-minute breaker. I was hoping we get a close above though. So we could see like if I draw like this would make more sense, right? This would be the breaker on the 15-minute. Yeah, we got a nice retap. We got a nice 15-minute FEG in it. I don't think it showed too much on the 5. Let me see if it does. On the 5, it kind of does without the FEG. So in the 15-minute, if you're looking for the short here, it looks a little messy. I'm gonna have to delete some stuff or remove at least. Let me remove some stuff. So yeah, there's a 15-minute here. We could see like we have a high, we have a low, we have a higher high, we have a lower low. We retest back into it, and then we probably take down this previous low here. And we draw. If I draw the manipulation leg from here to here, this is what it will look like from there. And I'll also draw from this swing high to swing low. We hit the 0.618 perfectly and filled the FEG on the 15-minute. So it's a very good 15-minute. I think I was watching for a higher area though. Let me see if it was shown in NQ. NQ would have to be up here, which is the same thing I was going for. I think I did definitely point something like this out here. It just didn't get there. Very interesting, I have to say. But we have a 15-minute breaker, 15-minute unicorn essentially. Does anyone have questions on the 15-minute breaker though, or the unicorn? That I was kind of hoping we come up a little bit more before rejecting, but this turned out to be like a perfect retap. So I was looking at the hourly on Q, and I guess the 15-minute did deliver perfectly. It's a hindsight analysis because I'm looking at more in the hourly, but this is also good tape reading. Keep in mind we're in this inversion, which is interesting. I wouldn't consider this too strong of a bullish narrative now. We're just delivering too much of a bear structure. Let's just wait for the 130 to happen first. But the BPR here is kind of like the best model you can have with a unicorn. It's the most high probability because it combines the fair value gap with the inversion. So you have multiple confluence to support the breaker structure. I just didn't expect it to land here because if I was following this projection here, it would coincide with this high time frame analysis that I'm looking at. I'm just waiting for 1 p.m. now. I'm sure we can get a nice setup in the PM and then we can just call it a day. Ball next shot 1 p.m. Okay, that's perfect. I want to see if this BPR holds though, because this is a very precise entry zone here, which I feel like I could have considered taking with a very tight stop under there. That would have worked out maybe for a scalp. Yeah, it would have been already 15 points. Just kind of get like entry within this inversion, which I definitely liked a lot because we had this inversion to propel price past the previous high, and then we also use inversion for the downside, which respect it, and now we just really close above. Now it's a bullish inversion, which respected both sides pretty well. Work token? No way I'm getting shown that. Like a little spam there. Yeah, this would have been decent. Caddy pan, not yet. I showed a lot of executions or a lot of setups, but I haven't taken any trades yet. If this would pull something like this, I would be interested in looking along. That would also correlate with this bullish breaker here. So similar to ES with the way that we handled it, we want to see if this respect, which it did. Now we want to see if there's another breaker that forms within this breaker already, and then we could really coincide that together. I was hoping for this to form exactly though. Maybe get a reversal here, then get a long here, and just go back and forth. Very, very interesting. We're approaching the 1 p.m. Very interesting indeed. So it coincides together very nicely. What I could have done if it was like ideal situation is I could have looked at looking longs here and then exiting once we take out this high and then look to re-enter back in. So we're now looking at this as a breaker entry now, since it respected the previous bullish breaker. Is everything good? I'm not sure what happened. I'm not really entirely sure what happened. I think my Wi-Fi blew out or something for a moment. Everything was like frozen for me. Okay, yeah, definitely refresh and fast forward again. Should be good. Look at this long now. So we basically deliver from this bearish breaker to this bullish breaker here. I'll just do it like that. We deliver from this bullish breaker, made out of the bullish breaker, deliver from bearish breaker. Now we're on a bullish breaker here. We're looking for this entry here now. So we're looking for entry likely with a stop below, which is fine. I'm fairly fine with a stop at 770. I think that's something I would like. This is why we don't like YouTube streams. I think it's more of a Wi-Fi problem because my trading view was off too, and my Discord was off. Everything was off. This is so interesting. If we had this long setup here, it would have been 40 points without a single drawdown. That's absurd. That's actually absurd. I'm waiting for confirmation because we're outside our kill zone. If this happened, let's say at like 9:50 or 10 or 11 during that time macro, would have been a very great entry. We might be delivering up here now, which is something I like too. Kind of just refining the entry here. Something like that if we get it. So I'm looking short up here if it forms this. I'm looking longs if it gives this, which is already kind of forming already. I'm kind of sad that we didn't push this just because it did so well. Because I feel like we could have had a double entry now. But we're approaching 1 p.m. Oh, we're already at 1 p.m. Trash it. I'm really liking longs now, especially on NQ. Yeah, I would look at longs more mainly on NQ now, just because it's so strong. Let's go. Let's long. Hopefully it delivers for us. Two internals that we're looking at right now. Look at 790s right now. We can average into it. I think a stop at the 13-point stop is fine. Especially when it moves nicely upwards. Someone said that this coincided with a negative 2.5 standard deviation if we did this way. Yeah, I guess it did. I drew it from down here, which made more sense to me, but it could have worked both ways. I definitely can see that. And someone in the Discord basically said they looked at the long. I don't know if they looked at it with this consideration of being an inversion inside a breaker, but having a negative 2.5 coincide is something that I am liking. I think a entry would be right now a break below 799, and we'll see what entry we get there. Definitely like at 790 though. I would even wait for it to get this 1 minute. If this delivers, I'm interested in taking it. So we're at 107. This is usually when we start trading the lunchtime or the PM time. So we already prepared this time. We've been charting, tape reading in the lunch session. So we know what's going on. We know where it wants to go. So let's just see. It's pretty interesting structure right now. See if this delivers. Someone also mentioned of this being the unicorn setup, which works out just as good. I would see though. This is definitely a better entry with tighter risk though. We could definitely take it on this. 62 3-point stop. Let me just see what that would look like. 3-point stop is very tight. I actually like that too. We don't know if NQ is going to deliver it. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? We have a few setups on mine right now. I would prefer NQ though. If NQ can deliver to 791, that'd be exactly where I want it. We can share this here. So like this. I do like NQ more. Let me see if I can get NQ. Just somewhere right there would be perfect. Oh, I do like the stop too. Look at this entry right now. Definitely looks pretty solid. See if we get NQ. I'm just gonna show NES, but I like NQ more. I'm gonna go for only NQ with 790 here. Alright, I got filled at 790. Stop is down here. Let's just see if we are okay with that. So it's a 560 stop on 2 minis right now. This is where the FVG would be. It's a very strong drop. Is this regarding? I don't think it does or anything right now. And I'm going to show the equivalent of what they'll be with the stop here. So this is the same stop as 12.5. If we do a 12.5, 1-to-1 would be essentially we close above this breaker. And I'm going to try to manage it as best I can, but let's see if this works out. I'm only on NQ right now because I've been wanting NQ just because it's been the bullish one. Still kind of bouncing around here. We did hit this 1 minute here, FAG. I will show that this is where the 1-to-1 TP would be if you're trying to take it like that. Definitely could have looked for a better entry down here though, but they're all the same regardless. If it works out, it would likely give us the right risk reward too. Let's see if this plays out. Because right now we're kind of delivering from a bullish breaker to another bullish breaker to a bearish breaker to another bullish breaker. So this could close above. I'm looking for hourly up here. See this hourly FEG here. We're just waiting here. This is kind of what I have right now. I'm going to show my screen just so you guys can see. This is what I have right now. I have the entry at 91, which is exactly what we talked about, right? I think a little bit high. The entry on TradingView was a little bit lower. But I'm going to take one off at 1 to 1, and then I'm likely going to break this apart and then try to get a main target. So this is 1 to 1 approaching here. That's where you would take 13 points right there. And did it deliver? Would like to see it hold here. I think the moment it closed a candle above the breaker, I'm gonna put breaking stop on, just so if it does take me out and I do like the entry still, I'll re-enter in a heartbeat, which is fine. But it's struggling a little bit. I'm gonna remove ES and just focus on NQ here, just because that's the only entry we discussed that we're in right now. I'm going to try to manage my risk as best I can. We did get very close to 1-1, but I guess we didn't get out there, which is a shame because likely we would have put breaking stop and not have to worry about it. This is showing some strong violence downwards though. Might be the first one. It's been holding off pretty well though. Stop is down here. We already know that. If ES wants to go for the low, NQ is going to follow suit too. Yeah, I got stopped out there. Might be the first loss of the day, guys. We hit sell side on NQ. Or ES, I mean. We nearly got to 1-1. I nearly got put breaking the stop to manage the loss or risk, but we didn't do that. Unfortunate. Yeah, took a loss there. That breaks our streak, guys. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. It is what it is. it's tough though because they did bounce very nicely for like about 16 points, but it was off from our break even point. But I'm gonna see if we get another entry. If we get another loss, that'll shut me off for the day. That's the first loss. Yep. What a shame. What a shame. Part of the game. Just have to say, it's quite disappointing because it looked pretty decent. I actually liked it. But we're delivering more to the downside. That's what happens when you have tight stops as well. Let's get the next one. Blame Tanya. That's the best thing I could say. She didn't want me to continue my win streak. Now, I guess people are going to call me an unprofitable trader because of this. It just happens. It just happens. Let's just see how it delivers here. Fraud. I think it holding on this breaker here gave me reassurance where we did deliver up to this internal and retrace back to another bullish breaker. I was hoping that we could really hold this move up. We really haven't broke down too much though, looks like. But the objective on NQ might have been just to take out the ES low of the day. We'll see about that. Bond action, was that the bond action price move? Was it like around 109? I thought it was like 1 p.m. Dump coming. Yeah, looks like it's just coming. gonna remove this. I think it would have been so easy if had it just bounce from here and take a high time frame and hourly. That'd be so freaking easy. I would have read probably like a book right there had it did that, but we just rejected the New York Open pretty strong on the tick of it. It's a shame. It's quite a shame. There's SMT made here too. This is also another reason why I didn't take it on ES. We have SMT. I wish I had Brian's patience. Too patient on this one. I could have took it in this long, I guess. Would have worked as a nice BPR. But this rejection to New York Open, I guess, was more algorithmic. Let's see. I'm going to try one more trade. If it's a win, hopefully it'll support me over the loss previously. If it's a loss, that will shut me off for the day completely, no matter what happens. We're in debt, guys. We're in debt. How could we live through this? We can't. Tick has been red all day, yeah. Definitely looking at it now. It's been pretty much, Dixie has been moving higher. Makes it pretty easy for stocks to come lower. Fat Pat said he luckily took mine off at break even when he came back. Yeah, so when it really does that, it's kind of 50-50. Like I would like to see it close under, and then I would violate the trade then, but I didn't really get that yet. Is this breaker should be actually up more? I think it should be right. Oh yeah, I guess I'll take the whole candle. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, we did try attempt to break off from there. It would have been perfect, but you saw what happened there. Oh, Matt Cruz said he got in a bit lower and hit the 101. Yeah, if you got in like 790, 101 would have been. It depends where your stop is. I like the stop at 777, so like a 13-point stop. If you got in this 1 minute FAG, this would have been like a 8-point stop, and we deliver about like 16 points. So that's why the entry criteria really dictate your stop and where you want to TP. Where you could TP. We try to lower our risk as best as possible. Had we not, we would have eaten like double the loss, right? More than double the loss. About 2.5 times the loss. First loss. I think that's also the first loss on YouTube stream, like the first full loss, because usually what happens is we get it closed below the breaker, and it's only like 3 points away from entry, and then we just decide to kill it before it takes our 10-point loss or 12-point loss, whatever it is.
But it might be good to look at high time frame now. Too bad hourly on the downside. I think it's still far from the low, isn't it? Which makes me don't think NQ keeps on falling yet. Am I hearing baby music in the background? It's more like just lo-fi where like it helps you kind of get in the mojo of things. How long has it been streaming for? Nearly 3 hours. It's crazy. Let's see if we can redeem ourselves, guys. Redemption is around the corner. Looks like a lot of people actually got break even on that trade. That's a very good call. Like I'm gonna be honest with what I do. I took the loss of that. I took negative 12.75 on that. So when I win, you guys know. When I lose, you guys don't know. If we can get above here, though, my focus is going to be in this hourly FPG. Jacob said, what is your criteria for moving stops to break even? For me, it's usually just like close above the breaker, which kind of like gets it for me. What were your stats off stream? Like, what's your win rate over time? I think the last, like, if we're talking about month of December and November, I can look back at it. We have a trade record on trade record, trade recaps. I probably discussed it somewhere. This is what we're talking about 8-day streak. Oh, this is December 8-day streak. I guess we had a trick detector too. But I feel like we probably discussed the win rate based on the statistics of here. Because we go over every single trade. I don't know. Let me see. It might be somewhere. Like here, month of January, we're operating like 85% weight. I'm trying to see. This is, what is this for? September? September was 88. I think if I remember right, November, December is probably just like a straight like 78. And like, I think you would understand that the trade that I'm taking is a trade that everyone is able to take. So that's also very important. It's not like a trading alert service where it's like, oh, buy here, sell here, and then we get different fills. Like we got exactly the same fill in that entry, right? We got exactly the same stop, and we can do that every day. So I'm looking for us to go in this hourly, and then we'll see what happens. It's a shame NQ didn't really go to where I wanted to go. But we have like about 4 breaker setups right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the only one that failed though. We're gonna wait for the next one. Oh, the signals on the Discord page. So the Discord gets the alerts, and they also get live streams that when I'm not on YouTube. The YouTube streams aren't going to be frequent. I'm only doing this for the next 2 weeks just to kind of get people interested in about the model and share it. But it's not going to be like free every day. What a shame, man. What a shame. Good mind, Mega. This is, I just hate how we delivered so perfectly on that New York Open cap. Better not leave me with a loss. I'm hoping that we can get one more setup before lunch ends or before PM ends. But if it's another loss, don't ask me to look for another trade to bring you guys back. Like that's just gonna be a loss for the day. We move on. After 2 weeks. I hope not. I mean, that's when you join. That's what happens though. Like, it'd be like these new people would join every day, new stream comers. So like we could have like a 20 win streak, and then the first day someone joined, like, this is my first stream. I took a loss. What happened? I mean, no matter what happens, regardless of whoever joins whenever, I'm still going to do the same thing. I'm not really going to adjust, even if there's losses or wins. Wins and losses. Some days we win, some days we lose. It's just the name of the game. This is my first. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Cortez. Some people have been here for the last 2 weeks of live streaming, and this is their first real loss. Armin, I didn't say that. What I said, like, I've been live streaming for the last 2 weeks for free, basically. I don't know how long I'm going for, but likely it's going to be like 2 free sessions each week. Just to have to help the audience who can't join the Discord, which is fine. Most days we win, rarely we lose. This is the start of an 8 losing streak. Even with 8 more losses, it's just basically averages out your win and losses. It'll be like a 50% win rate. Yeah, Alan, that's a. I was also trying to do the same thing. If it TP'd me out for 1, I would have put breaking the stop and likely it would have closed within this 1 minute FEG here. So let's say it went to like 804. I would likely put breaking the stop, and that'll be a green trade no matter what. Yeah, 804. I think we have the same mindset then, which is good. No, with 8 more losses, it'll be a 50% win rate. Because like 8 wins, 8 losses, it's just 8 out of 16. Took a loss. Some days we win, some days we lose. What's your favorite prop firm? I think Top Step is definitely good. Top Step, I like Top Step. I like My Fund Futures. I like Elite. Like I think there's definitely a prop firm for each of your style of trading, which is good. A good variety is definitely nice. Looks like we might be approaching the -4 here. I think if I had to choose though, Top Step's probably my favorite. The payout structure is very easy to do, and I like the potential weekly payouts for sure. How much for signals? You could look at the Discord. I think there's only quarterly option right now. I think it's about like $60 a month.
or quarterly should be like 160 for 3 months. So like, is that 55? Is that 55 a month? That's about like $1.50 a day, I think, or maybe less. Yeah, definitely free for now. But yeah, tomorrow. I think tomorrow is gonna be a Discord day. Unfortunate. But that definitely free you up to take more trades now that you don't have to worry about a perfected win streak, because now you're like, you were hesitant about taking all these type of trades. You want the perfect setup. That perfect setup did fail, so now we wait. Next decent setup at a decent area. Still coming lower. We're likely gonna go to the next -4 generation here on NQ. Let me see. Same thing on ES. We're still climbing lower. Yikes. Okay, so what we were talking about earlier, we're approaching this hourly FAG. We want to see how we react from there. This is not right. Daily FAG coming here. 6. You need about 50 points lower from the low day. Could happen. Just playing what I see, and right now I don't really see much. -4 generation down here at 66633. My chart is definitely more messy than I would like it. See how we deliver in this hourly FUG here. I want to share this. Fresh water.
The selling never ends today, yeah. I guess if you look at the daily here, this daily analysis of the NQ still respecting this this breaker here, even though we did get close above the daily FAG, we failed to do so to continue upwards, continue upwards, and we're likely rotating back to this FAG. So this unicorn is still working in a way because we didn't really close above this breaker. We tried multiple times. ES is more difficult than that. It's a very small opening of the FAG. There's really no inverse on the daily candle here. So we might be just heading down here now. ES is definitely moving lower and lower. That's -4 on ES, it looks like, though. We're in the hourly here. Bears are in full control. So we hit the -4 standard deviation projection target within the hourly breaker or hourly FAG here. Let's go inside this level here. This should actually be lower. Would you consider short around 746, 746, 746? It's actually at 746 right now. I think I would need more of a structure change because we're at a lower liquidity, which could just break, and shorting the first FVG is not something I like to do, especially after we did tap into the hourly on the ES and hit the -4 derivation projection. Not on NQ though, but I would need a better retrace. Do you need a tissue? Dude, it's just cat allergies. That's all I can say. It's okay, you just took a lot. I'm not. Yeah, I just sniffle a lot lately. It's not because I lost. I promise. Okay, if we make this high here, we'll look for potential another long bullet though.
Kind of like low. Kind of like the lows here. I'm gonna take another bathroom break. Be right back. Okay. So we're making a retap back here. This could be a structure shift here. I just wanted more confirmation. Kind of breaking the trend line, move down here. We might get a long setup here. Just one more step long. I need to see more of a close, so I need to see something like this. There we go. Let's go to good expansion here. Okay. Let's look for this long here. ES did much of a stronger move up here. Breaker here. Looking for a long within this stop under the low, which is 10 points, and the first target will just be the high. Something I'm interested in right now. Your win rate last year with a, what does it say? With the unicorn strat was 70%. I'm not sure what time frame you're talking about. Is it like November, December of last year, or like this last year, which is like January, February, March? It really depends what you're referencing to. We'll stop here. Perfectly fine with the stop for sure. I want a little bit lower here. There's an FEG here, but it's just a too shallow of a retracement. I want a little bit lower. If we deliver there, that'd be perfect. ES is delivering. higher though. Yeah, it is a breakaway gap. I'm leaving more time. It could be a breakaway gap. For that criteria, I need better risk. So the ES is more likely the unicorn, more of entry, and this would be the breakaway gap under the bottom here. I definitely agree with that. This is too slight of a retracement though, very slight tap, especially on the OT entry from this swing high to swing low here. We'll see. We'll mark this too, I guess. Let's see, if I take it on ES more, I'll probably look at like something here. Yeah, 3.25 stop. Something I would be interested in for sure. This is two similar setups. I would like a tap pick here because it would be more of a accumulation move here. And then this will be the manipulation. And then hopefully distribute upwards. I need to pop under this low. If we get inducement under this low, that'll be ideal. Looking for entry under this 49 here, 749. Whoa, I didn't see that. Big push up. This might have been in the entry here, looks like, right? It's 751. It's a shame. News hit? Was there news at 2? Fed beige book? I don't know what that is. We're just waiting. Might get the setup soon. This I kind of want this left to be a breakaway, so I might just look for like an inducement under. Maybe I'll do 2 separate ones like that. But ES is a very clean one right now. Let's see where I get that entry. Perfect entry there. I like an ES much more right now. It lines very well. But I think I'm not going to enter on NQ on this FEG. I want to see it induce this low wick and then probably tap inside and retrace back up. Look at 15 minute. Let me see if we reject. I did reject. Yeah, interesting. I'm still sticking with this though, but lots of bearish tendencies on higher time frame for sure. I'd like to see if this could move up from here though. I think it's a good bullet attempt. On ES is less of a risk because it's only 3 points, but then we can go for 2R for sure. This could also be used in inversion, right? Inversion likely down here too. We have something here. See if we get that inversion entry. And I'll leave this as more of a breakaway. You need finesse. What does that mean? Is that something relating to the nose? Nasal spray. Yeah, I have that coming today, which I'll try out. See if that helps. Are you doing that nasal spray because you have allergy regarding like what kind of allergy? Just like regular allergy, seasonal allergy, or is it more like cat allergies or pet allergies? Dust out. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll definitely try it out. Very shallow tap in here. Let me see it kind of tap back in here and take out this high. Looking for entries on both the ES or NQ right now. I'm comfortable with both right now. I think I have more favorability on ES though. Hope we get this trade though. Just seeing the charts. I still like this entry for both of them. Might even like to take it for both this time. They both have different entry criteria, I think, because this could be a unicorn already, but it doesn't fit the parameters that I'm looking for. So I want to induce lower, maybe even to down here, which has a conversion. And this is just a regular break unicorn entry. So very shy from the negative force integration on NQ, but ES hit that target nicely here, delivering a nice 10-point boost. This could be a silver bullet already here. I want to see it also fill in. This is kind of looking like a buy model with the way it's approaching right now. I don't need to NQ to really get in this hourly FVG just because I already did so. But ES doing so is perfect. It's actually really good. This is why I have allergies. We'll get a face cam going soon if we're consistently live streaming. This does look like a buy model. There's specific foods you can give a cat that will reduce or get rid of your allergies. A dehumidifier. Do you put the dehumidifier on your face? Or is it just like around the air? It just... I could try that. I definitely have air purifiers at least too. I'm not sure that works. Basically, you need to get eggs from a farm, but where the hens grew up next to the cats. Okay, that's. I mean, I'm open for trying new things. I'll try the nasal spray first. Really pushing up over here. This does look like a to me it just looks like a buy model right now on the 1 minute time frame. So I want to see if I can get in this. Dixie's coming. Reconnected. It happened again.